Just waiting to see how long it takes to actually see if anyone's watching this. There we go. So 10 seconds. Hi, guys. Welcome to another live write-in. It's been a while since I've seen you guys last. Yeah, sorry about my prolonged absence. I want to say it's been 2 weeks, but it's been a bit crazy. And honestly, on my side, it's not really lifting up, but I'm feeling at least at the point where I have the energy and capability to actually just kind of cope with what's happening. So here I am, and I'm hoping that you guys will be able to join me tonight for some more writing and editing and fun. On my end, sorry, I have something in my mouth. Ooh. Anyway, so on my side, I hope that you guys are doing well and that everything is decent on your side, even though I know there's so much going on, especially in the US. So yeah, I hope you guys are taking good care of yourselves and that things are at least at home going okay. But yeah, on my side, a bit of chaos. We have to move house, so we very soon this will be the one of the last times that you guys are actually going to see the rafters and the roof and stuff of my house. So it's a long story, but basically it comes down to the fact that we decided that as a family that we don't want to buy this house because of a variety of factors that I don't want to go in here. And as a result of that, the person that we were going to buy the house from and that we are renting from decided that they would rather just end the rental contract that we have with them. So yeah, now we're kind of in a race against time to find another place to live, basically in about 7 weeks. So not fun, but hopefully it will be okay. So that's not really very good for my mental situation at the moment, but you know what, I'll figure it out and I'll cope and just keep moving. Yeah, but I did also notice that there are a lot of things happening online on YouTube today, so I'm not sure how many people are actually going to be joining me. So I'm hoping that at least some people might want to come and watch back again, but I don't know. Yeah, it's been a lot. So I'm going to take a few sprints, see how it goes, and then I will decide how to move on from there. On my side, I have decided I'm probably going to do some more research. Currently, I'm reading an economics textbook for something that I want to try. So I'm going to be reading that for my sprints today, to get some reading in, which is something I haven't been doing basically since last month. So that's going to be my goal for today. But yeah, I'm hoping that you guys are going to, at least some of you guys will come dropping in, although I know with everything going on, plus the fact that I was missing in action for a few weeks, it's probably not going to be the best day for traffic. So, you know what, we'll see how it goes. We play it by ear and then decide how we feel. In case anyone is watching this from the future, hi, welcome, thank you. Please just, let me just quickly explain how this works. I do the sprints a little differently from most people. I start with 5 minutes and then I go up with 5-minute increments until I reach a 25-minute sprint or even sometimes a half an hour sprint. And then if I feel like it, so it really depends on how it goes because I don't really like streaming when I'm alone. I don't like the screaming into the void thing, but anyway, I digress. Then what I do is I start at 30 minutes and subtract 5 minutes until I get to 5-minute sprints again, and then that's basically the stream. So in the interest of that, I'm going to activate the timer. You can just go to turn that on. And then yeah, see you guys in 5 minutes. Five, four, three, two, one, and go. And time's up. Let me know if you guys did join in with the sprinting, how it went. I'm seeing 2 people are watching, so far 1 person has said hello, so I'll appreciate the other person also dropping into the chat, letting me know how they're doing. And hi Barbara, thanks so much for joining in, much appreciated. And let me know what you're going to be working on today. And yeah, just, or maybe I should ask, are you going to be working on anything today? And then if yes, what will you be doing? All the fun things. But yeah, just kind of interested to see what everyone else is up to today. And on my side, I kind of got busy with like just reminding people that the stream is happening and stuff like that. So for my 5 minutes, I basically got like a minute's worth of reading in before I actually remembered that I should just keep an eye on my timer. So, oops, but the next sprint will also work. So let me just get that ready while I'm waiting for some feedback. Let me just see. I'm just also, while I'm really quiet at the moment, because I'm actually checking what the quality of my stream is like at the moment as well, because previous few times that I actually took part, or that I actually did this sprinting, or I've been struggling a few times with like my video going really blurry, like singing at random. So I'm just keeping an eye on that as well. But so far so good, so okay. And in the meantime, I just got a message from Barbara saying I'm getting my manuscript ready for beta readers. Nice. It's kind of scary. When I do that, I always find like a little bit like, what are they going to think? But at the same time, it's an exciting step because you're getting ready for that final push. I think so. Very cool. That's a very nice thing to do for you. So, all right. So I'm not sure who else is doing at the moment, who's joining us, but we'll see. Yeah. All right. So, cool. So Barbara says she's running it through the pro writing aid. Nice. Very nice. All right. Okay. So I think the best thing right now is going to be to just jump into the next sprint. So it's going to be a 10-minute one, which means we are going to get back at about 26 minutes past the hour. So I'm going to count down, and yeah, then I'll see you in 10 minutes, Barbara. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And time's up. Let me know how you did. I'm just reading along. And yeah, as I was reading, it suddenly struck me that this person that I was encouraging to just say hello and let me know what they were doing, who is not Barbara, was in fact myself, because I have the tab open on the screen to keep an eye on my videos. So I was in fact the silly person who is watching the video without saying hi. So yeah, oops, but such is life, such is life. But yeah, I could only laugh at my own silliness for that. But yeah, how did you do, Barbara? Let me know. I'm curious. Yeah. So, in case anyone ever wonders what it is that I'm reading at the moment, I am actually reading. I just need to check the name again. Nassim Nicholas Taleb's The Black Swan, which is about Black Swan events. I don't know if anyone actually who watches this will even, yeah, it's not that much of a rare kind of term, but I'm basically reading about events such as the. Just realized I almost made a mistake and said the thing by name on video, which means that the video was probably going to be pulled. You know, the situation that we are currently in with the well, actually, both situations that are currently ongoing in the US at the moment, which I'm not going to refer to again because I don't want this video to be pulled down again, as has happened the last time. Some people have spoken about stuff, but yeah. So both events are, in a sense, a black swan event in that there are systemic things that are leading to certain points, but because we didn't know how things are going to come together, it resulted in a situation where basically where the setup basically leads to an unexpected ending. I'm really bad at explaining this, but basically the outcome of a set of circumstances is unexpected, but then after the fact we can go back and point to the ways in which things went wrong, or in some cases went right, depending on the situation. So I'm actually kind of I've always been interested in like black swan events because the last one, or it's not the last one, but like the big major one that had a major impact was actually the 2007 housing economic crisis. Yeah, so and that happened right like in the middle of my university first years, so that was exciting. What a time to live, right? So, oh gosh. Anyway, so yeah, so it's always been interesting to me, and I just decided, because of something coming up at work for me, I just decided to just give it more of a read, get a deeper understanding. So I'm doing this for fun, which kind of says something about me, but yeah, anyway. So Barbara's just laughing at me realizing that I didn't keep track of my own video and my own video viewership. So, oops, but yeah. And then she also says, almost through reading first act of the story. Well done. That is awesome. Nice progress. Okay. Okay. So I think I'm going to set us up for the next sprint, which is 15 minutes. By the way, Barbara, I'm just going to keep pushing from sprint to sprint in between because of the fact that when I'm as alone as I am at the moment, and it's basically there's a delay between the video and the responses coming in and all that stuff happening, I have a tendency to kind of push ahead. But if you want to talk about anything, do feel free to drop me a comment. And even if I do start a sprint right before you press send, I do actually go back and check on comments afterwards. So it's just so that you know, because I don't think we've actually, I can't remember, but I don't think I've seen your profile photo on my video before. So just kind of as an explanation. So I do keep track and I love talking to people, but some days, like right now, where things are a bit crazy on my side, my brain's all over the place, so I'm not really in the place where I can come up with anything good to talk about. But yeah, I try though, but then I come up with boring things about trying to explain the Black Swan event phenomenon, which is probably terminally boring to most people. So yeah. Hi, Naked Firefly. Welcome back. Thanks so much for calling in and joining us. It's nice to see you again. And yeah. All right. So Barbara says, yes, sprints. Awesome. I like your go-getter attitude. It's brilliant. All right. So I am going to set us up. We have the next one is going to be a 15-minute sprint. So I think we're going to be 13 minutes to the hour is going to be the end of the sprint. So I'm going to count down and then I'll see you guys then. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And Naked Firefly, by the way, you haven't yet, so please do let me know if you are going to be working on anything today and what you will be working on. And then I'll come back to that after the sprint. And time's up. Let me know how you guys did in the sprint. I am finding it interesting what I'm reading, so that's fun for me. But yeah. So Barbara just said she's been in the streams before, but she changes her avatar regularly. So that explains it. And my apologies for thinking that you haven't been here before. But yeah. I'm actually remarkably bad at names. So usually what I do is I look at the avatars and then I recognize faces. So if people change avatars and I'm like, I haven't seen this before. So sorry about that. My apologies. But yeah. But let me know how you guys did with the most recent sprint. And also now there's definitely someone who's kind of quietly watching at the moment, because now there are 2 people accounted for and me, who is the 3rd person, and there's a 4th person watching. So I'm curious. And okay, so Barbara just said stepping away. Okay, but thank you for watching. I'm not sure if you're going to be back in time before the end of the writing. I hope you make it, but if not, thank you for joining us for today. And Naked Firefly says edited section. Nicely done. Well done. That is very good. When you say a section, is it like a scene or a like a small bit, or is it, when you say a section, is it like several chapters, or how do you measure a section? Because I'm curious. I kind of refer to a section as a part like within a chapter, but some people say section 1 and then it's like 3 or 4 chapters in the end. So I'm curious to see how you kind of look at it. Yeah. Yeah. On my side, I'm going to pick this up to 20 minutes. And I'm going to give us a few seconds to get some feedback. But otherwise, I am going to just activate the next sprint in a few seconds. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to, since it's now exactly 10:02, I am going to activate the sprint. So, which means that I will be back again. Well, wait. Before I even activate it, I'm so glad, because there is Naked Firefly's answer. So a couple of paragraphs in a scene. Okay, that makes sense. I also kind of looks at like, oh gosh, let's try that again. I also look at it like that, where it's a few paragraphs that make up like a, yeah. I kind of see a section almost as a scene, but it's not necessarily a scene. So I think it's close to what you kind of think about it as, like with paragraphs and going together in some way as a kind of a unit. So that's how I look at it as well. All right, so I'm going to activate the 20-minute sprint now, and that means we are going to, I think it's going to be 11 minutes past the hour will be when the sprint is finished. So I'm going to count down, and then I'll see you guys in 20 minutes. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And time's up. Let me know how you guys are doing. I'm still just reading, but it's good. I'm enjoying it. So I'm happy with that decision. I'm glad I decided to start reading this book because it's something I've put off for like I want to say like 13 years already. So. I'm waiting for some feedback from you guys. If anyone did share something, but as usual, there's a bit of a lag between StreamYard and YouTube, so not sure exactly how long it's going to take before we actually hear something. I can't believe it, but we're actually at the long sprint now, so the next one is actually going to be the 25-minute sprint. So we got through the sprints quite quickly tonight. Oh, everyone's so quiet. Right, so I think maybe I'm almost a little bit paranoid about like saying let's start the next sprint, and then just as I start, everyone's going to start like letting me know what's going on. But I think for now it's probably a good idea to just jump into the next sprint because I'm not sure where everyone's gone. So yeah. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to count down and then I will see you guys in 25 minutes. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And time's up. Let me know how you guys are doing. For me, I'm just still reading, but I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm finding it really interesting. But yeah, it's making me think, especially like in the context of what's happening at the moment. So I just saw a message from the Naked Firefly saying, "Mommyhood calls. Happy writing, y'all." Thanks, Naked Firefly, and thanks again for stopping by. I really appreciate it. So just going back because I saw a lot of like comments. So it's been a bit busy sprint for me. All right, so Heather's here. So hi, Heather, and welcome, because she came in during the sprint itself. She says, I need to polish my script for Wordstock and film today, so here goes. Nice. Let me know how your progress is coming along. And then, let's see. Ava's also here. Hi, welcome, welcome, welcome. And Ava says, I slept so late today, stayed up stupid late doing genealogy stuff. Sounds like me with my or a thing. Let's see. Ava asked, I'm going to get set up on the sprint. How much longer are we going? So I decided after this, I'm going to do another 20-minute sprint, which means it's 20 minutes, 25 minutes, then 20 minutes, 15 minutes, etc. So basically we have about an hour and 15 minutes left of just strict sprinting, not counting like all the in-between bits. So still quite a bit of time to get something done if anyone wants to jump in now. And Naked Firefly already left, so I'm going to not do that one. Let's see. That. My internet suddenly dropped me. That's very annoying. I hope I'm okay now. Okay, let's see. Just going over a lot of messages because we had like a bunch of conversation right in the middle. Okay, Ava's, I opened up the work in progress and then decided I didn't want to write. Today is my last non-domestic heavy day of the week, so I'm going to read instead. That's kind of the same thing I decided to go with, but except I actually like writing on Saturdays, but the past few weeks I've had like real serious anxiety stuff, and then just as I was thinking, okay, I'm back into the flow of things, I found out that my rental contract terminated, so now I have 7 weeks to find a new house in this. I'm just not going to say anything specific, but you guys can follow me when I say in this kind of market and current situation, I now have to find a new house. Luckily, I'm not the only one looking because we are 4 adults and 1 family, so we are working at this together, but it's still not a fun thing for me to kind of try to think through and try to write with. So I'm not even currently sure about whether or not I'm going to be able to do Camp Nano because, yeah, I'll have to be moving by the end of next month. So, Posy's. Hi, Posy. Hi. Welcome. Posy's here. And Posy got 341 words done. Very nicely done. Heather says, if you don't mind my asking, do you live in the UK? No, I actually live in South Africa. But now I have to kind of figure out it when I talk about like my scenario at the moment. South Africa in terms of the global phenomenon let's say, global healthcare phenomenon, because we've noticed that people get cut off when they speak about a certain thing by name. So this global healthcare phenomenon in South Africa is about 1 to 2 weeks behind places like the US and the UK and so on. So we're kind of right in the thick of it at the moment, which sucks. But yeah. And so Ava also was helpful enough to say, I hear it now. So yeah, I have a weird accent, I do realize. Ava says your web is glitchy, but your image and audio is still here, both a bit in and out, but not enough to not understand the conversation. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why. It seems to be fine now. Hopefully it's still okay, but I did notice that it jumped in and out for a few times. So hopefully now it's okay. And yeah, all Ava says, oh, all of you are moving. A new backdrop is coming. Yes, definitely. Basically, what happened was we moved into it's in good, like whether or not it's in good condition and so on, and also like painting a few like business stuff that was happening outside of the like outside of my writing stuff, but which is why I don't talk about it a lot. But what happened was that when it came to us actually making an offer on the house, we got a lawyer to do the due diligence on all the like the documentation and contracts and all the stuff around this property. And then we discovered a bunch of problems with this place that makes it basically I can't even say a bad idea. It's a terrible idea to actually invest any amount of money in this place. So, which was fine because that's what due diligence is for. But then what happened was that when we let them know that we would not be renewing our offer, because we actually had an offer, but they refused the offer. And yeah, anyway, long story. But when we said that we're not renewing the offer, the next thing they're just like, well, we didn't sell the house, we didn't do anything with the house yet, but we are going to give you guys 1 month's notice instead. So, and kind of, I don't know. I'm still a bit like shell shocked from that because I don't know what the hell. But you know what? It's probably for the better. But it's just, I really wish alternative. Whereas now it's like a bit of a race against time. So it's not fun. But yeah, we'll be fine. Heather asked, are you in your attic? No, actually, this is my bedroom. So basically, we have 2 floors with reasonably. I'm not going to show my bed because it's unmade, but like just to give you an idea, it's just like a really big 2nd story, but that has the roof coming over it. So I guess someone would say no, it's an attic, but this why I don't think of it as an attic is that this was never designed to be an attic. So there's no like I don't know how to say it, but it wasn't like it was built as a room instead of built as an attic or a separation between the room and the roof, and that was just converted or anything like that. But yeah, but that's why it's like this. But it is actually a full room with a full bathroom, bath, shower, bath, toilet on the other side, all those stuff. So it's actually a really nice place. And that's actually the worst thing about the move is that we actually loved living here. And and that's why we even got like a lawyer to look at all the stuff to do the due diligence, because the idea was that it's just so, it is very nice here, and we really fought trying to figure out a way in which to make the purchase work, but it just couldn't. And so it's sad because it's actually such a nice house, but if you spend house buying money on a house, and in the end it ends up being a situation where you never really get full ownership of a property you're on. It's a really bad idea because you can't use the house for security, you can't use the house in a positive way, and even, there are certain other downsides, like, eventually someone could decide just like cut you out or something, and so it's just like really, it's sad, but it's for the best. But I'm just glad we figured it out before we actually spent the money, because that would have been a very bad thing. And yeah, so let's see. Um, so Posey says, hi, happy to be back with you all. Yeah, it's very nice to see you again. And Heather says, sorry, I used to work with a photographer who was from South Africa. Oh, that is so cool. That is very nice. And Ava says, very interesting. I hope you guys find a place that makes the hassle all make sense. You're meant to be elsewhere, I think. Yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely it's stressful, but I still realize that the stress now is a short-term thing, because once we find the place where we're meant to be, then it's over. But if we actually ended up buying, it would have been endless stress, because the issues aren't going to sort themselves out, and it's not something where you can go and you can sell the place again, because no one in their right mind would actually spend the amount of money that the seller wants to sell it for on a place that you can't outright own. So if we did spend that money, it's basically, I might as well just go take that amount of money and throw it into the river, because I'm never going to be able to resell the house, which means that any problems that come with this and any stress that would have come with this house would go into generations, because no one in my family will probably ever have been able to get rid of the house again. So all things considered, it's the best thing that could have happened, but it's still stressful. So it's just kind of that thing of trying to be philosophical while dealing with the stress and all the side effects of that. But yeah, you know what? We'll be fine. But it's still, not fun. Let's see. Yeah, Eva says, I can see the attic space above your closet. There's just no ceiling. Yeah, basically how it's kind of, this is almost like this is a modern house, but it's built with traditional building methods from like the 1600s in South Africa already. So this is thatched roof that's made with a specific, almost like a type of reed, but very, very thin. It's almost like, it looks like grass. So because of that, it's actually it self-insulates. So you don't need to put a ceiling into a house that's thatched like this. So basically, it's very like yeah, it's cool in the summer and it's warm in the winter. Although at the moment this one is a bit less warm, but because it's a bit old, the roof itself needs to be replaced. But so it's basically, there's no ceiling, because we don't really need a ceiling for insulation purposes, and I think that's why they built it this way, because now they could put in 2 more rooms into the house than they would have been able to do with another type of roof. And yeah, and it's still, and because of that also, it's very spacious. So because if I stand up, I can actually fully stand up and I don't have to bend my head or anything like that. And then Heather just said, okay, sorry, I guess I was curious. You don't have to apologize. No, I don't mind curiosity. It's always interesting. So and I realized, because you're not the first person who's asked about my backdrop, because it is different from what most people see in architecture, I think, in Europe and the US. Because I don't think, especially I think because of this whole like not insulating thing, is that people don't realize that it can be done this way. But sometimes it's not advised. But in South Africa we have a very different climate, so we can get away with shit like this. Eva says, we found our roof needs replacement a year after we moved in, despite having inspections before purchase and insurance stuff we'd never have purchased knowing that. And that's actually kind of why we rented here first as well, because we kind of also have this thing about living in a house for a year to a year and a half before buying. But exactly because of this, because that's the only way you can kind of tell how what it's going to be like to actually live in the place. And for example, now with the thatching is very nice and it looks nice and so on, but when it gets old, the reeds start rotting a little bit, so they fall to pieces in places, and then what happens is that it's not as insulated, and then if the wind blows, it basically blows through my room at the moment, which is not cool. But and then it gets a bit expensive. So it's stuff like that where I'm now glad that I don't have to take responsibility for that by buying the house, because we can just find somewhere else to go. But still, yeah, I wish I had time. It's just the timing thing that kind of stresses me out a bit. It's this whole thing about like I have to make a life-altering decision and I have to do it in 7 weeks. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from. And Eva also says, let me just click. Come on. Yeah. The huge price tag wasn't something we wanted, and now we're 2 years here next month. That sucks. That is so frustrating. And Eva also says, I'm terrified now that there will be other issues the inspectors didn't catch, like foundation issues. We'd have a hard time reselling even without issues. It's sat a year. Because the layout is wonky, the kitchen tiny, and the house is not tiny. No large family would want this layout, but it's meant for large families. And then I say, sorry, but anywho, sorry to ramble away. Adult interaction and all. And yeah, no, I know, it's kind of like, it's the same with me. I'm like, I'm talking about this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, we should be sprinting. But it's still like, it's so nice to talk about stuff like this, because I understand what you're saying about like stuff like that is so annoying, and now you kind of have a dilemma of what to spend your money on and stuff, and that's kind of what I'm worried about myself, because in this market as it is now, we are basically going to be forced to buy this time, because there isn't any rental kind of conditions at the moment. It's not going to be conducive to renting. And I don't like this idea of like walking into a place and going, okay, for better or worse, we are making a life-changing long-term decision here, and we don't actually know. And so that scares me. But you know what? Other people have done it and survived. So hopefully we'll be fine. But yeah, it's still not fun. Ava also says, renting this house would cost twice the mortgage, include such steps. Yeah, in South Africa, we mostly our rental rates are still cheaper than mortgage, because honestly, if it was the same or more than, I would also just straight up buy. But yeah, we'll see. Eva also says, we decided since we will have to finance the roof, we don't have the 18K or whatever lying about. We'll go ahead and make it an improvement rather than just basic. We're hoping for a metal roof, perhaps solar panels, but the solar panels are a lofty dream. I need to sell some books. Yeah, I know. We're also kind of looking into possibilities. That's the one thing also with the thatching, is you can't put solar panels, as far as I understand. You can't really put solar panels onto thatching. So we don't have that, and it's actually a really very unfortunate thing for this house, because it is expensive on electricity. So we are also like, when we go looking for places at the moment, it's like, can we put solar panels here? So, but I understand what you're saying. It's like doing it, if you have to sink the money into it, making an improvement does make sense. assuming you have like the budget to do that with. So yeah, I feel you. I feel you like on a deep spiritual level at the moment. I know exactly where you're at. So yeah. All right, guys, I've been talking enough, so I'm going to set up the next sprint. I'm going to make it another 25-minute one because most of you guys actually just jumped in right as I hit the 25-minute sprint. So I'm just going to repeat the 25-minute sprint, and then we're going to go backwards. Okay, so I'm going to count down, and then I'll see you guys at pretty much, I'm going to say pretty much 25 minutes past the hour because I just noticed we're about to hit exactly the top of the hour now. But we'll like, yeah, I will come back to any comments that happened during or before the sprints. I will come back to it, but I just want to because I've been talking a lot. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go, guys, go. And time's up, guys. Let me know how you did. I think I didn't get a lot of reading done because instead of reading, I was actually reading your guys' conversation. But I have to say, the guy that wrote this book that I am reading is savage, and I love it. It's delicious. Yeah, so so we're just talking about in the chat mostly. I'm talking about solving an issue with that Heather has, that she needs to put some kind of like illustrative example into her video, and now how to do that. So it's a tricky one. Yeah. Yeah, Heather says she had a tripod before, but the last one she had died about a year ago. Yeah, on my end, it's kind of similar where I had a camera and it died sometime. I don't even know when. I just realized the other day I wanted to take a picture and the camera had, the battery had exploded inside the camera, and now I can't take it out. And then my insurance refuses to pay out, so now I'm like, yeah. So now I have a tripod with no camera. So, but I will sort it out. I actually have a kind of idea for something I want to try, because I kind of discovered like another like direction that's interesting to me. But I have a suspicion that it's going to be even more work than just standard videos. So I'm kind of careful about committing to that, because it's going to be a bit, yeah, I don't want to do something that ends up kicking me in the backside. So yeah. And then Heather also says, "Thanks so much for helping me with the issue, guys. I hope you found it helpful. I'm not sure, but hopefully you figured something out." Ava says, "I have a camera and a tripod. I got it when I got pregnant with my son as the investment to avoid professional photography prices." Good thinking. It's very convenient now that I not go to a photographer at all, but I've never used it to video. Yeah, no, the thing with it is just that it instantly increases the quality of your video, because you don't have like the shaky cam thing. Especially the camera that I have is like a DSLR one, so I think it weighs something like, I want to say 4 pounds. So having that like doing that the whole time, like in front of your hands, and it's like tilting and stuff because it's really heavy and you're trying to aim it at yourself, is really difficult. So I found that doing video with a DSLR is so much better when you have a tripod. But it's still, yeah, I'm really sad about that. But I'm starting to think I'm just going to change brands, because what happened with that was I had a camera, and it actually also had a thing where it had like exploding batteries because it overheats, especially apparently if you take videos. So that might be a thing. But then my cat actually, not the same one that I was talking to earlier, another cat jumped it off a shelf, and then insurance wouldn't cover the fix and they wouldn't pay out. So, oh, actually, no, correction. I wasn't insured at that stage, so they didn't. So I couldn't go and have it fixed. And then I actually got the same model, but just like a different type within that range. I got like secondhand, and it worked beautifully. And then suddenly, and I actually insured it for the same price as the other camera, because it's the same value. Same, yeah. Anyway, and then they just said no. For whatever reason, they're not going to pay it out. And I'm like, so I'm very upset, because now I have to actually buy a new camera. And I just decided I'm going to buy a different one. I just don't know what yet, but it will definitely be one that's definitely more capable of handling like video without overheating. Or I might even end up buying a video camera, like a cheaper camera and a video camera, so that I can do the two separately, like photography on the one side and camera on the other. But I haven't decided, but it's still like, ugh, it's annoying. But yeah, so I have a tripod but no camera, and it actually upsets me that I don't have a camera, which I'm sure none of you noticed. Yeah, Heather says, my last decent camera died several years ago. I used to sell photos to go with my non-fiction years and years ago. Ava says, the camera came with 2 lenses. I want to get a new one, but I'm leaning towards one for moon photos. Okay, fair enough. Heather says, I still have a manual SLR from ages ago, but decent film and processing is so expensive and you have to ship it out. Yeah. Ava says, I have a Nikon. I also had a Nikon and then I replaced it with a Nikon. So, but I'm kind of leaning towards, I want to say Canon, but the thing about Canon, it's kind of like Apple computers of cameras to me, in the sense that you're kind of buying the brand, but for the amount of like power or the amount of like stuff that you get within that camera, the Canon is almost twice as expensive as a Nikon. And then I'm like, I don't know. So I want to get a decent, really, really good camera at some stage, but I'm going to have to do a lot of research into like what I want to buy. So, yeah, Heather says Nikons are my favorite. Ava says, I have some older cameras too, but developing is too high to even use those for fun. Agreed. Heather says their quality is very good. Yeah, I agree. Like when I got started with Nikon, and I was always so happy with how nicely my photos came out. And mine was even like it wasn't like really entry range, but it wasn't like real professional level cameras either. And so so I was always happy with it. And I would probably kind of go into like that same kind of level, because I'm not that serious of a photographer. But now I just really get annoyed that like me using the thing for what I want to use it for is causing it to overheat and break every time. And also the thing is, it starts getting less expensive or it starts getting more expensive when you have to factor in that, like, I want to say one battery for my camera costs like $40, and it keeps making the batteries explode. So even if I can get it out of the freaking thing, they keep exploding. So my costs do race up quite considerably quite quickly. So that's a bit annoying. Ava says, Misha needs to sell some book. Camera monies! Absolutely. Yes, I do. I have to. For that, though, I probably need to finish a book, which is also on my to-do list, which would be nice if I could get that done. Hopefully now, when things settle down, I will just finally get to the point where I finish that freaking book, because I love it. I love my book. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just so like, I want it done. People. Alicat, hello, welcome. I'm so glad you joined. Thanks so much. Much appreciated. Let me know what you want to be working on if we do get back to sprinting, because we've been talking a lot. But yeah, do let me know what you're going to be working on. Ava says, I was told Sony is the next up from Nikon and Canon. I'm really not informed enough to know. So for now, I'm going to just get new lenses for what I have. That's a good idea, actually. For if you don't want to go too much into like new cameras and stuff, just changing the lenses is nice. The thing about my camera, and it's kind of the thing that kind of sucks, because the first one that broke exactly there, and I can't do anything to fix it. Although now I have 2 cameras, so I'm thinking maybe I can now. But the Nikon that I have has only one lens that's like very versatile, but like it has limitations. But the thing is I can't like disconnect the lens and put another lens on. And what happened then was, when the first one was dumped from the shelf, that barrel that goes around the lens actually bent. And now so the lens gets scratched because you can't close up the lens cap and stuff to protect it. So that's kind of what happened to the first one. But now the second one has, like, in the back of the camera is the problem. So now I'm kind of actually thinking maybe I can actually pay Nikon to just take the 2 cameras apart and put them together into like a Franken camera. It might work. Might work. And then Ava says, at least, unless at some point a new camera with lens is cheaper, then I'll re-gift this camera to my daughter for grandbaby pics. Also, yeah, I'm completely following your thoughts. Ava also says, yeah, that's annoying. I get so stressed when purchasing electronics and tech because of stuff like that. Yeah, it's horrible. And then Heather says, I would say Nikon is the best glass, followed by Canon and Sony. Interesting. And then Ava says, Ava showed up and now no one gets sprints. Yeah, that's it's been a while since we've actually chatted, so I don't mind, but yeah, we have been talking a lot more than we've been sprinting. And Ava says, when I got my camera, it came with 2 lenses described as shit by my photographer pals, a bag and a tripod. That's my Nikon. Nice. No, mine was a reasonably. I want to say mine was quite good. Like, I want to say it's got a 42 times mechanical zoom and really high pixel rate. I can't remember. You know, I love photography and I love like taking pictures, but I don't. I would probably characterize myself as a dabbler. Like, I like photos and I actually have so many photos. I think like even if I take a random trip somewhere and I take my camera along, I will take. I think the last time, let me just quickly do a mental calculation. Yeah, the last time I went somewhere, in the process of like a week, I took over 1,000 photos. So that's kind of like me, and it's not because I take what I would consider bad photos. I actually think I take quite good photos, composition wise and stuff. But it's just literally like I'm that person like, oh, this is pretty. Ooh, that's pretty. So yeah, I'm like really like But the thing about it is that I guess I don't have that level of passion and time commitment to go into it deeper, to go like, oh no, my camera is not good enough for the thing that I want to do. It's just like, you know what, I just don't do that thing, then I'll do something else. But now when it is something like, this is now impacting the ability I have to actually make YouTube videos, which I really want to do, then I get really annoyed. So that's how I am. I'm weird. I know. Sorry. I'll stop talking about this now. That's true. I went round and round and round, but I sent specs to some that are passionate with the art, and that's how I buy tech. Ha! Yes, that's absolutely. I also try to do that, but sometimes it's They say no, buy this, and you have to get this and this at minimum this, and then it's like, I could buy a car with this price that this thing is going to cost me, so I'm just going to buy this shit. Thank you much. All right, I'm going to go now. But yeah. And a lot of photographers get caught up in their Nikon versus Sony opinions. Yeah, I think it's almost like designer people being like, either people are like mad about sticking to Apple, and the other guys are like, no, you have to use Windows, or just get a good processor. Whatever, stuff like that. And then for me, it's just like I said, I like photography, but I'm not that deep into it that I'm like, I'm that person when it comes to writing, in the sense that, or more, not even writing necessarily. I'm that person when it comes to storytelling. So when I'm consuming stories and stuff, I can tell like more technical things that aren't up to standard from stuff like that, and that's kind of where I get pedantic, is like when I'm like, no, you shouldn't have done that. So yeah, that's what I have. I know, yeah. Eva says, yeah, it was a really heavy price tag. Photographers deserve good pay for their art and time, though, so I figured 200 to 500 a year, and photo costs is probably standard. Yeah, makes sense. But also, it's not just, it's also like the cost of like the equipment that they have to get, and the depreciation of that equipment that they now have to replace at some stage, that you also have to kind of calculate into that cost. And Heather says, I really got into photography when I was in my 20s, but I was always fascinated with it. Same here. Like when I talk about this, it's like when it sounds like I'm like, yeah, I don't care. But actually, I love photography, and even like if I see a video or something about photography and being better at it, I do watch. So I do like, but that like I feel like I wouldn't ever be able to reach a point of like being a professional photographer because those guys literally spend so much time and so much money, and I would almost say the kind of equivalent amount of time that I have already spent on specializing in like storytelling and stuff. Because even now for my day job, which isn't strictly speaking fiction writing, I still use my storytelling skills in that kind of direction. Um, so for me, I feel like I chose my specialization art to be fiction and storytelling, and kind of branched from there more than actually going photography. Although I do kind of have photography in there in a way, in that I kind of, like I said, I'm very much like about composition and stuff like that. And I have taken some photography courses, but I'm just not willing to, like I said, spend the equivalent of like a car on a camera because it's the camera to have to take brilliant photos. So it's kind of like that balance. So I'm just not like at that point where I'm like, yeah, I'm an avid photographer because I don't spend enough time. But when I take photos, I love taking photos. And I love photography. And I love beautiful, like um, I love beautiful things. So like if I see a picture, it's not, if I see a picture that grabs me, I just love it, and I would love to just do something like that as well. Um, it's weird, but I think it's that more like that artistic side to photography is that what I love. It's not necessarily the technical stuff of having the best camera and having all the gear and all the stuff to do it perfectly. It's more that like the artistic expression within photography is what I really love about it. And because of that, I think I wouldn't be able to match people who do make that kind of investment in that the technical side as well, because that's kind of where the artistic connection comes. I'm talking too much. I'm going to stop. Um, yeah, Heather says I love images and I love illustrations. Yeah, it's the same. I'm for me, I'm very artistic in general. Like not in the sense of saying like I'm the next Picasso or whoever, but like just that like I love art. So any art, even performance art and things like that. So for me, I just love yeah. Anyway, I love all the things. Um, Ava says, I once worked as a professional photography giggles. I worked for a company called PCA. I traveled to the Walmarts without portrait studios and did photos there. Interesting. Back when Walmart had photo studios. Haha, nice. That was my job when I met my husband, so 20 years ago. Very cool. I love beautiful things, Misha Garrick, author of War of Six Crowns. Yes, thank you. I have a quote. Yes, I have been quoted. Awesomeness. No, it's definitely. It's actually. It's funny that you say that because actually, when like my Tumblr, I have a Tumblr, which might not be general knowledge, but I actually do have a Tumblr which I have not visited in quite a while. But my bio in the Tumblr is literally Misha Garrick, genre author, lover of beautiful things. So it's actually funny to see this quote because it's like, yeah, that's very on brand. So yeah. Alley Cat back and got lunch, and honestly, you just missed a discussion about cameras. So yeah, you didn't miss any sprints. We are going to, and because of that, we are now going to sprint, people. We have to sprint. We have to, otherwise, what are we? We are actually, well, we would be writers who are procrastinating, which is also oddly accurate and true to form. But no, we will actually be doing sprints. So I'm going to set up the timer right now. I'm not going to look at the chats so that I don't get distracted again because I'm very good at getting distracted. And I am going to set, okay, the timer is now set for 20 minutes. So that means we are probably going to see each other at around 5 minutes past the hour. So I'm going to count down and I'll see you guys then. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Time's up, guys. Let me know how things went with this sprint. On my side, just reading some more. And it's actually interesting. I thought I was going to read this to kind of work on like day job stuff, but I'm actually finding that what I'm reading is really relevant to my fiction writing stuff. So that was an interesting spin. Not like in terms of like actual story content, but more in my approach to writing fiction and just like living my life and over in general. And I'm just realizing that somehow managed to stumble onto the right formula, or I think it's the right formula. So it's interesting. I'm going to keep reading and see where this ends up. But I'm actually really happy about this because the implications of this makes sense to me, and at the same time actually kind of confirms a few things that I kind of just did by myself. So that was kind of funny. I like it when that happens. It's very, very convenient. So let's see, just going back because I did kind of jump us straight into a sprint without really giving any warning because we were talking so much. We were talking a lot, but that's cool. I enjoy it. I love talking with you guys, so it's fun. It's part of why I do this, really. So Ellie Cat says, "All right, sounds like it was interesting when I told her that she just missed us talking about cameras. It was interesting. I've learned interesting things about my friends here." And then Heather said, I have an Instagram account. So do I. I haven't been there in ages. I haven't actually been like on social media in ages. So I'm basically currently really active here and pretty much nowhere else. And occasionally like on Facebook, but yeah. Generally yeah, mostly here. I stream weekly and that's pretty much where I'm currently most active. And then Ava just said, conversation is a vital part of my writing process. Ha 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 ha. Absolutely, mine too. So it's definitely an important part. Um, let's see. Okay. Heather said, I'm supposed to be a writer slash editor today. Yeah, definitely. So I hope you got some writing and editing done. Let me know in the chat. Ava says, I did a few admin things and cut some watermelon. Lovely. And Ali Cat got some editing done. Nice, nice, nice. Very cool. Right, so let me at least start preparing the next sprint so that I can pretend that we are going to jump into it if we do end up having some more talking points jumping up at us, because that happens. But yeah. Sorry, I'm just kind of thinking it now. In case you guys missed like the thing that I mentioned, I'm reading a thing about Black Swan events, which are like supposedly unpredictable events, but that people kind of explain in retrospect and so on and so forth. But it's actually really interesting to think about publishing and Black Swan events, because if you think about that, Harry Potter was a Black Swan event, so was Twilight, and yeah, so it's interesting to kind of think about it like that. Eva says, my family went on a car ride to the pharmacy and my husband drove through the park on the way home, and now my son just wants to go to a playground. Oh, that is so sad. Oh, poor thing. Hopefully, hopefully soon we actually get to a point where that is going to be a possibility again. Heather says, did some editing. My guys came home, got interrupted by the kid wanting lunch. And Ava just said, I need second lunch. Right. So. Ugh, Ava writes. So so does mine. Okay, so yeah, it sounds like you guys have lunches to sort out. On my side, it's past dinner, so yeah, I'm just kind of winding down for the night. It's funny how time zones work, right? Okay, so I think with the idea of giving everyone gap to go get that second lunch, I'm just going to jump straight into the next sprint. So it's going to be 15 minutes, which means we will see each other again at 25 minutes past the hour. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And time's up. Let me know how you guys did. And yeah, for me, just got some more reading done. I've already read 4 chapters, so I'm making quite surprisingly rapid progress. Because I thought this is going to be like a really dense piece of writing, but it's actually really easily written. So it's complicated, but how can I put it? Like, it requires some thinking, but it's still not like, when you read like an academic text and you're wondering if the person actually wrote it in English because you're reading it and you can't comprehend what the hell the sentence said. That is not what is happening in this book, so that's convenient. So yay! Let's see. Yeah, Ava just asking uh, when I mentioned that I'm already starting to wind down for the night. And she's like, "Oh, it's so late for you, eh?" And yeah, so it's currently 9:26 p.m. So yeah, quite. It's not like really late, but it is getting there. So where you guys are getting ready to have like a day, I'm getting ready to go to sleep. So yeah. Heather also said we had brunch earlier and I need something before I go. Nice. Ava also says now, I started digging out markers and pens. I think I'm going to work on a visual outline for a story I haven't thought of yet. Nice. That sounds fun. I have to say, like, one day when book 3 in The War of Six Crowns is finished, I look forward to working on new work because I have so much to do, guys. It's not even funny. And I think that's kind of also like one thing that I think with like not renting will also help with is just having that sense of stability of not having to worry about like stuff like having to look for houses and stuff. So I'm hoping things start calming down for the rest of the the year. That would be awesome. Then I might actually still finish. That would be awesome. That would be so awesome. But you know what? Actually, I shouldn't be waiting for like the perfect conditions. I should just get back to writing. But it's just that like getting that. How to explain it? But like for me, I kind of have like a thing where if I'm starting to feel anxious, I can still do like creative stuff like writing and so on to calm down to a certain extent by just like having a catharsis. Let's try that again. Catharsis. There we go. I said the word. Catharsis in writing or in any kind of like artistic expression. So, oh gosh, now I'm starting to sound like I'm an academic. Oh goodness. Anyway, so my point is that by doing that, I have like a let's do it like a layman's terms by writing or doing something like painting or needlework or anything like that, just anything creative. I kind of process my emotions better. But then there gets to a point where sometimes it's just like so much at the same time. Um, and especially like now around like all the stuff happening worldwide and not just in the US, but in South Africa as well. And stuff is going down everywhere. But like, for me, it feels almost like there's been like a flood of emotions. And as a result of that, like there's a blockage now with like almost like a lot like I don't know if you guys have seen like if there's a river flooding and there are logs in the river, eventually it's almost like the river starts making a dam because of the amount of stuff and debris that build up. It kind of feels to me like that when I'm trying to write while anxious. It's just so much that I'm trying to process that I actually can't process anymore because there's only like drips and drabs coming out. So yeah, so then what it takes is me actually just sitting and doing nothing and trying to just like unpick that little like blockage until it goes away, but it's a pain in my backside. So hopefully I can get to a point where that kind of feeling isn't as commonplace as it has been this year, and just get to a point where I can be as productive as I was this one single month this year so far. Because if I could be that productive every month, my book would be published by now. So yeah, something I'm working on. Anyway, let's see. Lots of comments coming in again. Ava says she's 9 hours behind me. Yep. And I slept way in today, ha ha ha. So I woke up at 7 p.m. for you. Nice. That's still very cool. Sometimes I also sleep in, but like I can't remember when was the last time I slept in because I have this thing called a horse. And because I have this thing called a horse, I have to actually wake up at the same time every morning, even on weekends, because she needs taking care of. And yeah, stuff like, she lives in a stable, so we put sawdust on the floors so that it's warm, and also so that their hooves don't get hurt from like the hard cement floors. But the thing about that is that if they stand in sawdust, then it kind of compacts under their feet, so you kind of have to like unpack that and all that kind of stuff. So it's all stuff like that that I have to take care of this horse for, and because of that, so I have to wake up strictly at 8 a.m. every morning, regardless of like literally anything. I could go to sleep at 7 a.m. and I still have to wake up at 8 for the horse's sake because she needs to be let out. So kind of just screws me over sometimes, but that's okay. She's awesome. She's so pretty. But anyway, let's see. Heather also said, I edited more and I got myself a burrito. Ooh, nice. And Ava asks, what's your horse's name? Uh, I didn't know you had a horse. I love this about you. Yeah, her name is Rosie, and she is a liver chestnut, which is to say she's brown, like um, almost chocolate brown, but she has white, like what's the word for like a? Sorry, the word just like went out. She's got like a white thing. It looks. Uh, oh my word! Gosh, Misha, you have the word. You know you can do it. But basically, the shape of the mark on her face looks like a spoon. So, but she's got white like marking on her face, and then she's got like white socks as well. So she's not completely liver chestnut, but she's pretty. And it's Rosie. um, so, but yeah, um, she's very cute. But unfortunately, I haven't been able to train her because I'm not that experienced of a rider, and I got her while she was she wasn't quite a foal, but she was just like adult when I got her, so she wasn't ready to ride when I got her, and because of us moving around and stuff so much, thanks to renting, uh, we haven't been able to find her someone who could actually train her properly to be rideable, and that's kind of sad. So I haven't ever ridden her, but um, still in the same breath, she's such a lovely horse. I just love the thing. She's really, really, really pretty and very sweet. And although she does have her like moments, because I do spoil her a little bit too much because of the fact that she's such a sweet, sweet little thing. But yeah, it's definitely it's very I find that like being around her is actually really good. Also, like if I'm feeling anxious, because it's just one of those like acceptance things. I don't know how to explain it. It's just a horse has a very different energy to like any other creatures. Like cats are also awesome, but they're like stuff you. Horses are different. They're like almost like dogs, and yet at the same time not at all like a dog. So it's very weird to explain the feeling. And the funny thing is, in case anyone ever watches this, having read my books, the reason why I have a horse is because of the War of Six Crowns. Because Callan, my main character, loves horse riding, and I realized that if I wanted to explain the experience, I needed to go horse riding, and so I started horse riding, and from there just started really loving horses more as like in person instead of in theory. So and from there it just kind of got to a point where I got like this very pretty, very beautiful creature. Uh, if anyone follows my Instagram, which is Instagram/Misha Garrick, as in the way that my name is spelled on my channel. There's actually a picture of her on that photo, and also a picture of me with her. So yeah, then you can see my horse. She's very pretty. Ava says, my mother had horses for a big part of her life, but none of that part was in my lifetime. I've ridden a few times, but only on the rare occasion someone offers up their horse. Oh, yeah. And Ava says, tell Rosie I said hi, she get carrots. Yeah, every morning, unless she's very naughty, then like if we have to like discipline her through lunging or something along those lines, then we don't give her a carrot because we don't reward bad behavior. But generally, we give her in the morning after she's let us pick her roofs clean and stuff like that, and we give her a carrot for a reward, and she loves it. And yes, she absolutely agrees with you. She deserves all the treats. We don't give them too many apples, but sometimes we do. She's actually more of an apple horse than a carrot horse. My brother has a mare as well, like a big, also a chestnut, but an actual like almost like a reddish color. And her name is Ruby, and she is the carrot fiend. She is like literally. I swear that horse is addicted to carrots. It's not even funny. But Rosie is more an apple kind of horse, which is kind of interesting. Or like, she used to be impossible because we used to the place before this one where we live now, we lived next to an apple farm. So whenever it was apple season, then she'd just go like prancing towards the people picking the apples, and she's like, "Hello, I am a horse and I'm adorable. Please get me apples." And then suddenly you just see like apples flying over the fence, and she'd like get like I don't know, hundreds. I don't know how many she eats, but it was so funny because she'd be like, oh, I don't need, you can't describe it. She's like, like that kind of, she really did that with people when she wanted apples and they just bought it all the way. They just like tossed the apples over. But yeah. Anyway. And Ava says, she's so pretty. I just went to Instagram. Yeah, she's so beautiful. But and she has such a, I don't know how to, I almost want to say people who know horses might look at me and go like, oh, no. But I swear that horse has an expressive face. She has like a way of like looking at you to kind of transmit how she's feeling about something. But yeah, she's adorable. So yeah. But that is why. So she is the reason why I wake up at 8 a.m. no matter what. I either wake up earlier than that or at the latest 8 a.m. and that is absolutely the limit. But yeah. Let's see. Alicat just dropped back in, says did a bit of editing and then went to go do stuff and also got distracted. Yeah, and I can't judge because here we are talking about horses. So Ava says, I believe it, the expressions, and you see them more because you're her human. Yeah, it's definitely, I kind of, it feels, I feel like there's kind of like a connection between me and her, like a, not, I don't want to sound like people would go like, oh gosh, but not, but it's more like, I feel like she can tell, like if I'm in a bad place, then she can tell, and she will come and like be more like consoling and stuff like that. I don't know, it's weird, but she yeah, Heather says, "Oh, we're discussing horses now. Don't get me started." Yeah, no, I was just explaining why I don't wake up late in the morning because yeah, I have a horse. So yeah, I am. Yeah, I would so I really hope, and that's another thing. Like maybe once we move like closer, the area where we are will be a bit closer to more of a like a horsey kind of community, so it might be easier for me to find someone who can train her because I would so it's like one of those things I so want to ride her, but she's just too wild. She's not wild in the sense that I can't work with her at all because I do work with her all the time, but the she doesn't take a bridle, and because of that, um she's not really safe to ride. So So sad because I want to spend all the time with her. But yeah, anyway. So Alicat just says that's cool that you have a horse. Yeah, actually we bought her because we lived in a place and she was in the far like on the property right next door, and then um her owner, basically she was with her mother, and then her owner sold her mother, and she was all alone, and then she kind of got upset, but then she kept coming to our horses because we had two at that stage. My mom also had one, and then because of that my mom just felt so sorry for it. So the next thing I know, she's like, well, by the way, I bought this horse. And that was like that was it. So I got a horse because of that, but it was just like minor personalities actually fit each other, so that was perfect. But it's definitely um, yeah, it's how it came about. But yeah. Heather says my sister has a horse and is an instructor. Yeah, I basically I've taken lessons for horse riding, but it's not like, I never did the whole sporting horse riding thing or anything like that. So I wouldn't be able to say, oh yes, let me teach anyone something like that. But yeah, it's basically just like I love horse riding when I have the chance to do it. So I really hope that I get the chance again because that would be awesome. But at the moment, I'm just too far away from everything to do that because I live in the middle of nowhere on a farm, which is awesome. Don't get me wrong. I love the lifestyle, but it would have been convenient to just like get stuff sorted out with my horse so that I could actually ride her. So hopefully now when we move, that would be perfect. So fingers crossed people don't understand this when I do that. In case anyone ever wonders, this is holding thumbs. In Afrikaans, we say a phrase that is related to holding thumbs as a way of saying that we hope something works out well for someone. So yeah, random trivia factoid for the day. And Ava just said perhaps you can find a new place that also fits well with a horse. You never know. Yeah, no, I hope so. The one place that we might be looking at looks like it has promise for that, but yeah, it's definitely something. But we're also kind of the kind of people that if it's not a place where at least the horses will be comfortable, we just won't go to that place. So I don't think we like when we can commit to our like animals, it would take like a I'm actually struggling to figure out like a scenario in which for us it would be okay to say, well, no, you know what, let's just give the animals up. So yeah, for us, and I say that even though I do realize some people have to and they don't have a choice. But so far, we have never reached that point where we can say, well, we don't have a choice. For us, it's been so far, we've always had the choice. So maybe that's just dumb luck, but yeah. Alicat says, where I live, there aren't many people that have horses. Some do, but I don't know anybody with animals like horses or cows. So it's always fun to learn that people have horses. And the only animal I've had has been dogs. They're wonderful too, of course. Yeah, absolutely. My family, we had three horses, but last year the oldest one got like a type of illness from midges. Yeah, I think it translates to US English as well. It's like a little bug that it's almost like a fly, but a tiny fly. So almost like anyway, it's a midge. So they bite the bite horses as well, and then they it's almost like malaria but for horses, and she caught that, and because of that she died in the end, and that was so sad. That is so sad because she was my mom's horse, so it was really really bad. But yeah, anyway, random stories. I'm going to stop being random. One day, but today is not that day. But yeah, so but for us, so we had three horses, now we have two horses. Back to my point, I can actually remember my train of thought sometimes. and we have 6 cats, and we have 3 dogs, but we are also 2 families, so we actually have 5 dogs between the 2 families. So it's quite the menagerie on our little piece of earth here. Um, and then Alley Cat says that's sad. Yeah, it was really really sad. But at the same time, yeah, it was just like it's difficult to explain, but you kind of realize that like when an animal is suffering, you just can't just you just kind of hope it goes over. Yeah, but anyway. So this is taking a dark turn. I am going to just cut it off right there, and I'm going to go for the next sprint. So it's going to be the 10-minute one, and we are almost done, almost there. So I'm going to count down, and then I will see you guys at about 5 minutes to the hour. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And time's up, guys. I see that Heather just said, got interrupted by the kid. I need to finish editing and film ASAP. But however, parenting needs to happen. If you're done when I get back, thank you for hosting at Misha Garrick. Yeah, unless there's going to be a very significant sidetrack in the conversation that's going to come along in the next few seconds, we are about to do our final sprint. So, and that's only going to be a 5-minute one. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be done by the time you're going to be finished with the parenting thing. So, just thanks so much for visiting and for writing and editing with us today. And I hope that you finish that video easily and that things go well. And yeah, see you soon, I hope. But thanks again for stopping by. Right, so in the meantime, everybody else, how did you guys do? I'm just reading about, at the moment, I was reading about turkeys or a story about black swans. Interesting. See. And well, let's see. Okay, so while I'm waiting for feedback from you guys, I'm going to move down. So as I mentioned to Heather, this is the last sprint, so we will have this, even though it took me much longer than usual to get here. But yes, final sprint will be had. Ava just said, I sorted some markers and things, listened to a song, laugh out loud. Nice, well done, though. Progress was made, that's important, don't forget the progress. So, yeah, all right. So, yeah. All right, guys, I think I'm going to jump us straight back into the next one because I just realized it is almost 10 p.m. So yeah, this might be the longest write-in I've ever had, and yet somehow remarkably little writing was done. But so it was good. I enjoyed talking with you guys and hanging out, which is kind of the point of this. It's not just to be like, ooh, write the whole time. It's kind of like doing this almost like a social thing where we hang out with people of like interests and just talking and having fun and then getting some writing done. So the writing is so important, but still, it's fun to have like talks and stuff in between, just enjoying each other's company. So yeah, let's see. Alicat says, still editing my novel, having to rewrite a few things with the scene I'm working on right now. Good. And Ava says, I'm going to grab some food and settle in to figure out what I'm outlining in this final sprint. Good idea. So it's going to be a quick one though. So 5 minutes only. Okay, so I'm going to count down, and it's exactly 10 p.m. now in South Africa. So I'm going to get us started so that I can be back at exactly 5 minutes past. So I'm going to count down, and I'll see you guys then. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And there we are, guys. Time's up. We finished the final sprint. Yay! This was a long ride in, so I'm proud of us for getting to this point despite our many self distractions. But yeah, I'm really glad you guys joined me today because I enjoyed the conversation. It was so much fun. But yeah, in the meantime, still waiting to hear from you guys how you did. Whether Ava managed to grab the food and settle in and to figure out what she's outlining in 5 minutes, because that's rather impressive. But yeah. On my side, while I'm waiting for some feedback before I start saying goodbye, I just want to send a gentle reminder. But I think you guys already did all these things, so I'm probably going to bore you with this next bit. But in case someone watches from the future and decide to watch this, yeah, just like on what do you call it? Anyway, just watch it without it being live. Please don't forget to hit like and to subscribe to this channel because we have to please the algorithm gods for the channel to keep growing. So and also if you want to get like updates, it's also a good idea to do the whole clicking the notification bell thing. And yeah, that's probably going to be one of the best ways to keep track of whether or not I'm doing sprints. Yeah, but otherwise I am expecting, unless there is a major something happening for whatever reason that causes me to not be able to make it, like it has been for the past 2 weeks. I sprint on Saturdays at 6 p.m. South African time, and I think it is noon Eastern Standard Time, but I'm not exactly sure what the time zone difference is at the moment because I think daylight savings has kicked in already, but I'm not sure because we don't do daylight savings. So yeah, 6 p.m. South African Standard Time, which is GMT +2. So please kindly convert to your own relevant time. Otherwise, just keep an eye out and check out the notification bell again. So yeah, but that's basically me. And let's see what the comments are saying. Okay, so Ava says, I got some chips, ha ha ha. No idea what I'm outlining. Store the chips is a good one. I was wondering about like how much you would be able to achieve in 5 minutes. You think 5 minutes is like a really long amount of time for like a sprint, but it's actually like, especially for us who started with like a long time and worked our way back down again, it's actually really quick. And Ava also said, thanks for the chats and sprints, Michelle. Thank you. And there's the word replay. You would not believe, but I speak 4 languages. And I am currently learning 3 more. And I could not recall the word replay. This is, I don't know how to say the word horrifying, but it's horrifying. But anyway, so yeah. But yeah, watching it on replay was actually what I was trying to say, but I could not remember. And Ava also just said, and yes, like, subscribe, and ring the bell. Thank you, Ava. And Ali Cat says, edited a few sentences and deleted a few paragraphs. And then Ali Cat also said, wow, that's crazy and cool. Yeah, basically in South Africa, you have to learn at least 2 languages as part of our standard curriculum. But then I learned Mandarin and French as well. So that's why I've been actually speaking, but I have to also say, full disclosure is when I say I speak Mandarin, I actually haven't practiced Mandarin in almost a decade. So it's something I'm working on again by like reading and trying to watch more series and things so that I can refresh my vocab. But so of the 3, I can say I'm really happy with like the way my French is at the moment. I'm decently happy with that. the Mandarin needs a lot of work, but yeah. So but I always say when people say no, like it's like I always say it's like a lost in translation moment. Is that I try to find like the word in any language with the idea that if I find the word, it will trigger like the memory in my brain to go like, oh yeah, it's the same word like in this other language, and then it's like. But I find it's probably because of the way that I learn languages, because I don't really learn based on translation, which sounds weird, but I try to actually actively not translate when I'm speaking a language. But then what happens as a result of that is that if the word is missing from my vocab for whatever reason, like I forgot what the word is for something, I will literally forget that word in all my languages. Like if I cannot remember what the word for brush is, I will not remember. I will look at a brush and I will go, "What is your name, brush? What is your name?" And I would not be able to find like the noun in any of my languages until I like remember it in the one that I wanted to remember it in the first place, which is a very irritating phenomenon for me, but it happens. Anyway, so yeah, Alicat says sounds like fun. For me, it's fun. I'm kind of a language geek, so for me, I've always loved languages. And the big thing was I actually started learning Mandarin first, like for as a third language. So my third language is actually supposed to be Mandarin, and French is supposed to be my fourth. But then what happened was that because my school didn't have a third language, and the Mandarin was available as a cultural school in my local town. And that's kind of where I started learning Mandarin. And then I changed schools, and as part of the school curriculum there, they had the option of French, and I picked French up really quickly. So that's kind of why I consider French to be my third language in terms of like actual language, because I just speak it much better than anything else. But yeah, in case anyone ever wonders. So my languages are English, Afrikaans. I'm actually Afrikaans, but I went to an English school, which is also why I write in English and all that stuff, because I actually think in English. But it's also why my accent kind of goes all over the place sometimes, because I speak mostly Afrikaans, like around my family and stuff. But my writing and my work and my thinking and all that is usually done in English. And then French, Mandarin, and then the three languages that I am learning are Danish, Arabic, and German. So, and theoretically, I have reading comprehension of Dutch as well. So, but I don't really count it as a speaking language because it's too close to Afrikaans. So I get really super confused between the two. So I kind of just the two are actually so close. Incidentally, now I'm geeking out on the language subject, so I will stop in the very near future. But Dutch and Afrikaans are so close that if I speak slowly and a Dutch person speaks slowly, we can actually understand each other, but it's not the same language. So, yeah. So I've never actually tried to learn Dutch, but I can understand Dutch. But it's not like I count a language as one that I actually actively can speak, and I can kind of, if pressed, I think I would be able to understand and make my way through China okay by speaking Mandarin. But it's still like I would prefer not to at this stage, because I don't. The thing about languages is you have to practice it, and I kind of it falls by the wayside because there's not a lot of opportunity to use it. Whereas the French, lots of TV series, lots of books to read, and even I travel to France more often, so I get to speak to more French people. So it's just a much better practice kind of thing for me. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to stop now. I promise. But yeah, it's kind of the also just as a random aside. One of the bucket list things for me was to speak 7 languages well. So I don't want to say fluently, but like I want to say at least where I don't need to get like a translator to explain things to me. So that's kind of my mission in life. So at the moment, I'm on track to do that, but it takes time, and yeah, it's harder than you would think. But it does help that I already have 4 languages now, so it's not that much of a jump to the next language. Um, And then Alicat just said, my main language is English, and second language I'm not the best at, but I'm getting better at is Spanish, and then started learning Italian and French. And I have to say, like, if you're doing language learning as a way to just for fun, like not for a specific reason, if I may give you a little bit of advice, I would, if you're working on the Spanish, I would not be learning Italian, because those two are almost like what I mentioned about Dutch and Afrikaans. They're really close, so it's going to be a massive pain in the neck to keep them separate enough to actually differentiate. And yeah, it's going to be a pain in your ass. Trust me. I've tried this. I've tried learning. I've actually also tried learning Italian and French together, and because they're two Romance languages, they're very difficult. And I'm finding the same thing now doing German and Danish together. So just something to keep in mind. But you know, you do you. But yeah. And then Ava says, "That's a great goal." Yeah, it is. I just love languages, so it's kind of my geeky thing that I really geek out about a lot. And I just love the thing about being able to speak more than one language is that little buzz I get. Like if I watch a TV series and I watch it in the language it was recorded in, or reading a book in the language it was written in, because I feel that no matter what, the moment you translate something, you kind of lose some, I want to say, like almost like an essence of it, because you can't, because of the fact that you can't translate words directly. You can translate some words directly, but you can't always translate the words precisely into another language because of the way that cultures differ. So the way words form differ. So because of that, you can't translate that. And because of that, there's a lot, like, I want to say almost like the implication of something you wrote doesn't make it into a language if it's been translated to that other language. So so yeah, for me, I like being able to kind of go into it. So I'm absolutely also that person. Like if I watch a lot of like K dramas, then I want to learn Korean because I feel like the subtitles really aren't doing their job the way they're supposed to. So I have to actively stop myself from trying to learn a new language because I just want to understand what's going on. So it's a thing for me. And Ava says, I get that. I envy your aptitude for language. Oh, thank you. Yes, it's something that I'm really happy that I have. I feel blessed that I have that ability. So I can, I don't blame your envy, if I can put it that way, without sounding like a total arrogant asshole. But yeah, it's definitely, it's something that's, and it's something that's useful for me. You know, you get people who have aptitudes at things, but it's a very specific thing. That's, but where for me, language is actually a really useful thing to do. And except ironically, Chinese, you would have thought that being one of the most spoken languages, that Chinese would be really damn useful, but I every time I learned it at high school and I learned it at university level again, because I learned two different types of Mandarin. And both times, as long as I'm in it, I do really well with the language. But the moment or not the moment I stop, but like within a year or two of stopping and not being able to speak and practice it every day, it just goes away, because there's no like analog between European type languages, the ones that I do speak outside of Chinese, um, and Chinese itself. So it's really difficult to just keep that like level fresh in your mind. Um, Yeah, Alicat says, yeah, it can be similar. I've been learning Spanish for 5 years now. Some words are the same, which makes it easier to remember the words in Italian. French can be the hardest out of them. Yeah. The thing about the similarities is that it's not really the similarities that's the problem. It's the differences, and keeping track of those differences between a lot of similar languages is kind of where the pain in the ass comes from, because you'll think you're speaking correctly in French, but then you've actually switched, let's say, your syntax or something to Spanish, and then the French people won't understand what you're saying. So it's weird. And then just saying, she says, I do want to learn for fun, and I kind of also want to learn so I can speak to my friends in other languages too. Also love languages. Yeah, it's definitely, that's why I said, like, please feel free to ignore me when I give you advice on languages, because I think it's amazing when people want to learn extra languages, and I want to encourage it in people. And so if you love languages, I love languages, so we're both like, yay! But it's like but it's definitely also, I also want to learn for fun, and some of them I am learning for fun, but others, like Danish specifically, we as a family business have interests in learning Danish as a business language. So that's kind of where my Danish thing is coming from. But I have to say, it's a really difficult language. You wouldn't think it, and in a lot of ways, it's a lot easier even than Afrikaans. But the pronunciation is something that I am just struggling with so much. Just like, but one day I will speak, and I will look back on this video and I will think, Misha, you know what? You just needed to stick with it a little longer, and now you're speaking fine, so it's all good. But anyway, random aside yet again. We have covered a lot of ground today. So far, we have talked about house markets, renting, a little bit of black swan theory, cameras, art, aesthetics, horses, and now languages. So we've covered a lot of ground in the second half of this video sprint. I'm really honestly quite impressed. But yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, final. It's kind of. I don't want to keep you guys out of work forever, but Alicat also said, I mean, who knows? It can be useful if you're writing a book in a different language, or have a character that's from another nationality. Now that I think about it, yeah, it's definitely. I think I actually, what I want to do is get to kind of like, especially with my Mandarin and my French, which are two languages that I have spent a considerable amount of time on. And I do actually, with French, I actually regularly read in French. So for me, I'm quite comfortable with that. So what I actually want to start doing is actually translate my own books into French as practice, because it's also the one like thing about the languages. My vocab usually is quite good. I can, even with the Mandarin, I can recognize written words quite quickly, although sometimes I forget them because I don't read a lot of Mandarin. But the thing with the even with French, is that it's the vocab isn't the problem for me. It's that kind of getting into that mind space where you can creatively use the language, in the sense of like looking at someone and finding a way to express yourself. So finding a way to structure a sentence and have that sentence be correct enough for someone else to understand. Because I don't want to do this whole thing where people go like, oh, it has to be perfect. Because no, it doesn't. It just, a language for me is the other person needs to understand it and feel it, understand what you're feeling because of what you're saying. That's what I believe language is for. So so for me, kind of this idea of being able to translate my own words into French, I think is a good kind of way of practicing my language, because it actually puts me into that mind space of where I actually have to compose something in that language instead of just reading what someone else is telling me. So yeah, that's on my to-do list. But for now, first things first, I need to finish book 3. It will get done. It will get done. I just have to be positive. Just cool. And then Ava's laughing at me for good reason. And then she's also just saying we did cover a lot. So yeah, we definitely did. And I really enjoyed it. It was so much fun. But yeah, guys, I think for now, time has come for me to say goodbye. So yeah, thanks so much for watching and for supporting me and just keeping me company tonight. I really appreciated it, and it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it and loved the random conversations, because that's my favorite thing. I don't like being stuck in the same place all the time, so that was good. when it comes to conversations. Right, so just another reminder, let me try this one more time. We will be back, in theory, barring extreme events, next Saturday at 6 p.m. GMT +2. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you guys soon. And have a productive week, I hope, or at least if not productive, then a good week in some way. So lots of love, guys. Thanks again.